Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you all. And welcome to another day in Azeroth. Hope everybody is doing fantastic this Thursday. What is new? What is good, guys? Let's see. Do I need to hang on to all of this mage weave? No. Let's pay a trip to the auction house. Let's pay a trip to the bank. I have a couple of blue items to drop off. And today we're going to go into the Hinterlands. Lots and lots of quests for us in the Hinterlands at this level, and it's a place that I have not been on the Horde side in a while. So a lot of those quests should be relatively fresh. Insomniac Gaming, welcome to the stream, buddy. Zelch, Karen, David, welcome, guys. I am gonna sell the Mage Weave. Let's see how much the stacks are going for. Looks like around 2 gold a stack. 2 gold and 65 silver, that's pretty good. Let's do 2 gold and we'll do 55. And we'll do a little bit of undercutting. Wayne, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us.
Strength and honor.
All right, we're going to drop off the one-handed bind on equip axe. You know, I could also check the auction house for this item. The only way I'm ever going to use this item is if I roll a warrior. Like a Horde side warrior, which I have absolutely no plans to do, like anytime ever. Because I'm working on my Night Elf warrior right now. So maybe I should actually try to sell that. Let's put the 14 slot bag in the bank though. That will be really handy for an alt. Because there will be alts, I just don't think they're going to need a one-handed axe. I'm going to go see how much I can sell that for. I mean, when it comes to warriors, never say never, but I just can't see it happening. $29 or 29 gold, that's pretty good. Maybe I'll just sell it. I definitely need the gold. We only have 55 gold, which is not a lot. It's not even enough to support an alt right now. So yeah, I think I'm gonna sell this. How much do I want to sell it for? Probably like 27. Well, let's put it up for 27 gold. That would be great. Lael, good morning, man. Welcome to the stream, and thanks for joining us. Okay, so let's go to the Zeppelin. We need to get on the Zeppelin to go to Undercity, and then from Undercity, we're going to go to Hillsbrad, and then from Hillsbrad, we'll run to the Hinterlands. We already have one quest there, the Ancient Egg, and then I think we have the Violent Tagrin quest. Yeah, Violet Tragan. That's also a Hinterlands quest, technically. And then the Horde have a ton of stuff to do there. I would also like to try to do the Pyramid. All of those Pyramid quests that used to be Elite quests should now be non-Elite. And I think the mob density will still make it kind of tough. But if I remember correctly, those are definitely worth doing for the XP. I could mount up. That would be smart. Nobody at the Zeppelin Tower? Oh my gosh. I mean, it's the middle of the morning on a Thursday, and it's the US servers, so I guess people have better things to do. Prime Minister Bette Midler, thanks for being here. I'm glad you're digging the content. Look at that, the mage we've already sold. Somebody probably bought it and then put it back up at their price, you know? Like someone who's one of those people who are trying to corner the market. Are people still playing TBC? It seems really empty. I mean, it is the middle of the day, this is fair, but I feel like I often play in the middle of the day, and there's often more people than this. It's sad to only see one other person on the Zeppelin to Undercity. Oh, there we go. That's two people. We had a straggler. That's better. Makes all the difference. Let's see. You can have kings. You can have kings. Your pet can have kings. Zelt, you're playing on Night Slayer and it feels dead as well. I hope it's just like the time of day. Night Slayer's PvP, right? Maybe everybody's in Outland. And they're not running alts right now, I don't know. I'd love to be able to see like player numbers the way you can for Steam games. Where you can get like a nice clean readout of like, you know, like the last 24 hours. How many people have been playing, when have they been playing. That would be like really interesting information to have. Especially as a player, it would be useful. to have that kind of info.
What now?
What now? Now we fly. We want to go to Terran Mill. I am in my tank spec right now. I think I was questing in this spec. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because we'd just done Thistle Shrub Valley, and I feel like we just stayed in our prot spec. So maybe we'll try to do that. I think we have a really good weapon, right? Yeah, we got the Ardent Custodian, level 38 epic with fiery weapon enchant. But then again, our two-hander has Crusader on it, doesn't it? Yeah, our two-hander has Crusader. Maybe we'll go back to Ret for a bit. I guess it also kind of depends on the level of the enemies we're fighting. If we're fighting lower level enemies, I feel like Ret is the way to go, and if we're fighting enemies that are more at our level or above our level, I feel like Prot is the way to go. So maybe it's just going to be situational from here on out, like which way we go. I feel like my professions are dead to me on this character, but this is the rank we're at. Like, if we wanted to level up our mining, we'd have to go all the way back to copper and tin. So, yeah. That's my biggest regret with this character. Is trying to rush it to level it to get into the Dark Portal, and then completely ignoring all of its professions. This was supposed to be my jewel crafter. And having a jewel crafter at all would have been a lot more useful than, like, oh, just having like a max level tune, which we didn't even get there anyway. Very sad. Alright, so... Natural materials. Resilient sinew and metallic fragments. What is this? Natural materials. Wow. Okay, this is a Feralus quest. Some of the stuff we needed came from Feralus. Splintered logs and encrusted minerals we already have. And then metallic fragments and resilient sinew. Maybe we're getting off the owl beast. And maybe the hippogriffs. Okay. So that's like a big old kill quest. And then we would still have to hunt down the one splintered log. Which I'm assuming is going to come from a tree end somewhere in Feralus. Other than that, we have to stop at the lake to pick a flower. And then we're just heading probably all the way out to Raventusk Village right away. And that's where the majority of our quests are going to come from. Exponent Poet, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. Okay, it looks like a lot of these enemies here are going to be a lower level than us. I'm going to activate our ret spec. And if we start running into stuff that's a higher level than us or at our level, then we'll go back and we'll do prot. We also have 2 talent points we can spend here. And I suppose, you know, eventually making our way down to Crusader Strike would be good. I could do a respec. And we can get down to Crusader Strike right away. I just wonder if that's even worth it, you know? Is it even worth it? Sanctified Seals increases your chance to critically hit with all spells and melee attacks by 1%. And reduces the chance your seals will be dispelled. I mean, crit is nice. Divine Purpose. Melee and ranged critical strikes against you cause 4% less damage. I mean, eh. Let's go into this. We can get mana back. Judgment spell has a 100% chance now to return 80% of the mana that it costs to judge the seal. That's worth it. Yeah. I feel fine about that. Let's get Blessing of Strength up. Talon, good morning to you. Welcome. And thanks for being here. Let's get some mana back, shall we? That's food. Do I have water? Oh my god. We have a problem. I don't have any water. We're gonna have to beeline it right for Raventusk Village and worry about grinding these guys later. Because somehow, yeah, I remember now, like, we ran ourselves completely out of resources farming for the Laden Dew Gland. And then finally, right when we had no resources left, it dropped. And then that was it. And then I just never thought about buying water again. Yeah, let's just go out to Raventusk Village and we can pick up all the quests and we can just do it that way. That's fine. I mean, we could fight these guys until we're out of mana. We'll fight until we run out of resources. Well, then we'll mount up and we'll just get out of here. But if we're careful, maybe we can just keep farming that direction. Because with that new talent we just picked up, we might be using a lot less mana overall. The Dewgland drop was a cliffhanger. Yeah, it was close. I was running out of time that day too. That might be as long as it's ever taken me to find the Dewgland. Usually I have medium luck with that one. Anonymous Adventurer, thanks for joining us. I appreciate that. What race do I enjoy more, Night Elf or Blood Elf? I mean, Blood Elf is the best race in the game. Night Elf's fine. And Night Elf's really unique. Like, I love Night Elves and the Night Elf start because it's very, very different than anything else. Especially on the Alliance side. But as far as, like, who's better, I mean, it's Blood Elves. The Devourer Demon Hunter finally got their eye color, but it's more blue than purple. Oh man. At least they got the eye color. At least they don't have to have fell colored eyes anymore. Like, it absolutely didn't make any sense to begin with. Anybody who cared about the game would have realized, like, launching a Void Spec Demon Hunter and only allowing them green eyes and green fell tattoos was not the way. Like, anybody who cared about, like, if you're the class designer, right? Imagine you're the class designer for the Demon Hunter in World of Warcraft, and imagine not caring enough to get that implemented before launch, you know? Like, it's crazy. It doesn't even make sense to me. Like, if I'm the lead class designer for the Demon Hunter, there's no way you're dropping that spec without adding the proper cosmetics for players. Like, there's no way it's going out there with just the fell eyes and the fell tattoos. Because, you know, if you're like the lead designer on your spec, you should like know about the class and the lore behind it, and like actually, you should actually give a damn. Enough to raise a big stink if they're pushing you to release something and you got to be like, look, it needs these two things before it can launch. But you know, that's not how corporations work. With this new talent, we might not have mana problems anymore. Suddenly, our mana problems are gone. And I feel like I can just go and go and go and we're fine. If that's so, that's going to be amazing. Let's head south here towards the lake and go pick our flower. What's the trade-off with having more mana? Oh, I just don't want to go like when we were like leveling previously, we just had to stop and drink a lot. So like you would just fight, you'd have a few fights and then you'd run out of mana, and then you just gotta sit and drink. And so now we have a talent that refunds 80% of the mana that we use when we judge. And apparently getting 80% of the mana back that we use when we judge is enough to make it so that I don't run out of mana now. Which is preferable just because we get to continue fighting, we get to keep momentum. Here we go. Well, this was really easy, except for the whole traveling across half the world to get here part. It'd be really cool if I picked an aura. Apparently when you switch your spec, it clears your auras. And so you do want to go ahead and, you know, pick one. Alright, so that's done. Let's keep fighting our way over to the east. David, you've been watching the old Undead Mage series. It feels yeah, the frustrations with constantly drinking. Yeah, for some reason, it just, for me, like, it just disrupts momentum too much. And for some reason in games like this, I really like it. Like the way I maximize is like how many fights can I string together before I have to rest. I like to kind of keep my momentum going, and it just feels good to play that way. And so like I don't mind stopping sometimes. Like, you know, you do 5 or 6 fights and you're like, okay, I gotta heal up. But there are those classes where you have to stop every couple of fights. And if you have to stop every couple of fights, it's just, you know, for some reason it becomes tedious. It becomes tedious to have to stop every couple of fights. I gotta be able to go 5 or 6 fights before I really have to like just stop everything and fill back up. Starlord, good morning to you, buddy. Dave, good morning, welcome to the stream. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. You know, yeah, on the one hand, you say, like, well, I don't want mana to be unimportant. Yeah, fair. And then on the other, though, you don't want to have to stop and drink every 2 fights. You just don't. And so, like, you know, where's the balance? Well, you know, that's what a good game designer is for. A good game designer can find the balance. What's the balance of this being a resource that matters, but not to the point where it's literally stopping any sense of momentum that you have? Unfortunately, I think that balance is a little bit different for different people too, which makes it even harder to nail it. And I think that's why people find a class that's for them. Because, like, I feel like innately when you find a class that's for you, it's the pacing of that class that's a large part of, like, what it appeals, why it appeals to you. Because something about the flow of the class is enjoyable, whether it's the flow of pressing the buttons or the flow of momentum in combat. What a funny thing. Statements a couple years ago you never thought you'd hear. Yeah, in retail, if a fight goes on too long, your mage dies long before you run low on mana. Right, and some fights in retail are long. Fights in retail have gotten really long sometimes. Especially when you're doing solo delves. Man, by the end of a solo delve, my hand hurts. You know, granted, like, I'm 42. And I'm not getting any younger. But I'm playing Paladin, which is like the least buttons per minute, besides maybe like Beast Mastery Hunter. And by the fights last so long that by the end of like a boss fight, even by the end of like a delve boss fight, my hand is stiff. I'm like, oh damn, did I age out of this? I'm still doing pretty good. Like, I feel like my progress has been good, but it's definitely not something I could do for hours and hours out of the day. Like every single day, because the fights last a long time. The fights last long, and the way I pay for things now, like in retail, the way you pay the balance due is that there's more buttons to push. So like combat feels good, yeah. The fights can last a while, sure, but you're pushing like 3 or 4 times as many buttons as you would push in Classic. The Fire Mage in retail only has 4 or 5 key presses. I should check that out at some point in the future, because that sounds right up my alley. Oh, and if there's like if there's like a long cast in there somewhere, like the long cast could be good. Like I like the Chaos Bolt on my Warlock, because I can press the button and then for like a second and a half I don't have to press any other buttons. It's like, oh my god, a relief. I want to see them work some auto attack specs back into retail WoW. That'd be really cool. Like if you really want to help with accessibility and stuff, forget the one button rotation. I don't want to have to slam one button over and over again any more than I want to have to push like 1,000,000 buttons per minute. If you want to make the game like less button presses, then add auto attack builds back in. Like bring back the auto attack. Look, it even rhymes. Bring back the auto attack. You know? And for casters, like bring back just those long steady casts. And that's gonna like make the game more accessible from a standpoint of like how many buttons do I have to slam per minute, and can I keep up? The Evoker has the least amount of presses, they say. Maybe that's why Evoker felt so good to me back in Dragonflight. Evoker was like such a fun spec, such a fun class to play. I really enjoyed it. Caught me completely by surprise how much fun it was, but it's like, okay, well, I can't play one because I don't want to be a dragon person. But yeah, I would believe that it has, because I don't remember having to slam lots of buttons. I remember my buttons being pretty calculated, like how I would use them. And then there were a couple of casts in there. There was like, I loved the abilities that you had to charge up, the charge abilities, like the press holds were fun. Like they brought a lot to gameplay. With yesterday's patch, you can stay in human form 90% of the time. Yeah, that's good. Like that's a good move. What I want to see is I need to see other races need to be able to be evokers now, because we've taught them all of our classes and they've been hanging around the other races enough now that other races should be able to be evokers, and then when they do the flyover dragon thing, they just have them pop into a dragon form. Or become like a fiery dragon thing. Like, just have a spell effect that flies across when they do their dragon strife, you know? Like, I get that it would look silly if a human model, like, zipped across the screen with its mouth open, so don't do that. Do something else. But it's high time that other races are able to become evokers. And when that happens, I will definitely play one again. Because it was a lot of fun. Yeah, they can get around the breath thing. They don't have to have you transform for the breath thing either. Have I tried the new Demon Hunter spec? We tried it for a very little bit. I picked up a Demon Hunter that was like level 36 or something when the content dropped and we were able to play as one. And we picked him up and we ran around and played for a little bit. But I haven't seriously leveled one. I want to start a fresh Void Elf Demon Hunter at some point, and I want to level the spec from 10. Like, I want to get into the spec right away and level it from scratch. Is there any reason I don't like the dragon person thing? Oh, I just don't like them. It's like how you just don't like anything you don't like, you know? Like, I don't really like gnomes either. You know, I don't like Volpera. There's not, like, I don't like trolls most of the time. Like, there's just things I don't like, just like anybody. And so, you know, I look at it and I'm like, oh yeah, I don't like that. And I play with the character customization and like, I couldn't make it look any way that I liked. I really want the very broad-shouldered dragonkin. I don't know what they're called. The dragonkin guys. I'd like to build one of those. I think a big beefy dragonkin warrior would be badass. But the dragon bodies I have to work with, I just don't find them appealing in any way. And so I don't want to play as one. Their visage forms are cool. I like the thick elf visage forms they have going on. But not enough to want to go back and play one, you know. I'd rather be like a human or something else. Yeah, the Draconid guys. Yeah, I definitely would play one of those. I want to do like a prot warrior. Giant shield and a one-hander. But apparently that'll probably never happen. I think if we were going to get that body type, that probably would have been handled in Dragonflight. We probably won't care about dragons again for another 5 or 10 years. If I jump this... Where's my bubble? There's my bubble. Oh, you know what? We might not need the bubble. Oh, yeah, we're fine. Probably don't want to jump again so soon, though. Here we go. Oh, wow. There we go. That's a good use of lay on hands, right? I can't forget to buy water. Don't let me leave town without buying water. I'll just do it right away. I'll do that, and then I guess I'll probably set my Hearthstone here. I don't think there's any reason not to. I mean, we're in a good position that we could do stuff here. You know what? Maybe we're not ready for Plaguelands yet, are we? Yeah, not quite. We're not quite ready for Plaguelands. Okay, either way, I think setting the Hearthstone here for now is probably fine. Lard, I think he wants us to find his lunch. Yep. And let's go ahead and buy a few stacks of the Morning Glory Dew. There we go. We'll make it an even 60. Stuff I could sell. I mean, basically everything. Woja, welcome to the stream. I am doing well. Thanks for asking. We have bracers here. Those are the same exact stats we have. Those are bind when equip. I need to put those in the auction house. I'm sure somebody could use them. The cherry made pie will keep. Truffle can go. The giant eggs can go. Okay. I feel like that's fine. Perfect. Steven, welcome to the stream, buddy. I am good. Thanks for being here. Let's see. Wanted Vile Priestess Hex and her minions. Oh, what is this? For a blue? Okay. Necklace. Strength, Agility, Stamina. Or Stamina Intellect. Healing and spell effects increased. By order of Primal Torntusk, Vile Priestess Hex and her minions are to be brought to justice. A grand reward is offered for any that slay the Vile Priestess. Okay. Atop Jintha'alor. So these aren't elite anymore, are they? But they're still giving blues. We're gonna take that one. You've been tasked with the decimation of 10 Berserkers, 5 Shadow Hunters, 5 Blood Drinkers, and 5 Soul Eaters. Okay. There's a ton of quests here.
Hey there.
Are we gonna do any dungeons today? I have no idea. Not anytime soon, because I'm about to tackle like a billion quests. And I think the next set of dungeons we can do is like BRD and stuff like that. I don't know how many people are actually running those. Let's see. Kill 10 Silvermane Stalkers and 10 Howlers. So the wolves. Hunt the Savages. Kill 20 Savage Owl Beasts. We've already killed a bunch. Avenging the Fallen. Kill a Razorbeak Skylord. Retrieve its Skylord plume. And Separation Anxiety. Recover his twin brother's remains. Find and return Huntsman Melkor's skull and bones. The remains were fed to the oozes and wolves. Oh god. Okay. Wow, this is great. Did this place always have this many quests, even back in vanilla? Man, if so, the Horde have it really good. These quests fill a really nice gap that typically exists between level 49 and level 52 or 53. Because you really don't want to start into Ungoro Crater until you're 52. But it's often difficult to find enough quests to actually make that pan out. And this place is full of quests. Like, this is easily going to get us to 52. I don't know if there's anything up here. It looks like there must be. Yeah, here we go. Oh my god, you have 2 quests. My mate was taken by Vilebrand savages in a bold midnight raid on our village. Our spies have told me that he is alive and being held prisoner atop Jintha'alor. Yeah, it's all the Jintha'alor stuff. Maybe that's what it was. You know, there were a ton of quests here, but they were elite quests for the Jintha'alor stuff back in vanilla. Recover 10 vessels of tainted blood. Okay. Some of these I remember and some of them I don't. I haven't done the Jintha'alor pyramid. I don't think I've ever done it since Classic came out. So the last time I've done it would have been like way back in the day. Like way back during original TBC. It would have been the last time that I've actually done the whole pyramid.
Me got the good stuff, Mom.
Message to the Wildhammer. Slaughter 15 High Veil Outrunners, 15 Scouts, 15 Marksmen. Oh my god, that's 60 guys. This guy wants me to go kill 60 elves. Holy cow.
See ya later.
Holy cow. That's a lot of elves.
Hey there. Later.
And they're high elves too. I feel bad. Like I'm technically a high elf, you know, like I mean I'm a blood elf, but I'm also a high elf. Kill 15 vibrant scalpers, 10 soothsayers.
Bye bye now.
There's a quest back here somewhere. What is this? No, it's just the same, like, find the robot thing. Okay, I wish I could hide specific quests like that so that they wouldn't keep showing up everywhere. That would be awesome.
Greetings, man. Beast.
Snapjaws. Kill 15 Snapjaw turtles.
Spirits.
And Gamarita, which is a giant name turtle. I wonder if they're still an elite. And then we have one other quest back here, Vile Branch Hooligans.
Zug zug. Victory.
Find slag trees, lost tools. Alright.
Farewell.
Alright, that's it. Let's head out, and we're gonna start by killing the turtles right over here, I think. Yeah, we'll do turtles, and then we'll go get large lunch before going up to the mainland. We don't have a quest for the port. That must be a Stranglethorn quest, right? Yeah, I think it must be a quest we pick up in Booty Bay that I just don't have. Now that I can judge to my heart's content, is there any value in weaving in Seal of the Crusader on these longer fights, I wonder? Like, I know we can do seal weaving with Seal of Righteousness and it works. I wonder if it has any value here. Now that I can judge away and I'm getting that mana back, it's not as much of an issue. I mean, it increases holy damage taken. And, you know, I guess that helps on the proc. So I guess there's value in it. If it's not costing us anything, we're still ending the fight back at max mana. Which is kind of crazy. It's hard to pull the trigger on going prot against these guys when I see like a 750 crit. I was just thinking like, you know, these guys are level 50. Maybe we go prot, but you know, when you can crit that big, it's hard not to just keep doing what we're doing. Keep our fingers crossed. I guess that's kind of the other dynamic about whether or not you can be mana efficient, right? These guys are level 50, you know, we fight like 4, 5, 6 of them and then we have to stop, whereas the Owlkin, well, they were much below us. They were like level 46, level 47. And with those guys, it was no sweat. We weren't using mana on them. So that's interesting, like, RPG game design to achieve also, is like where on the one hand, you can be super mana efficient if you're fighting lower level enemies. On the other hand, you can burn through mana if you're fighting enemies at level or above level. It's one of the dynamics that can happen in an RPG when you have character levels and enemy levels that matter, you know, in the absence of level scaling. It can only happen in the absence of level scaling. Gammarita is no longer elite. The fate of so many elites. From vanilla to TBC. But it works out for us. Oh. Well, hello there. Oh, that's really rude. Well, come on now. That's a very suspicious rock in the distance with, like, an arch atop it. Maybe it's just troll ruins. That's what it looks like. But its placement is kind of suspicious. Alright, so we're done down here. We could go back and turn these in, but I don't really think there's a point to rush back and do that. Let's just go up top and we'll get into all of the questing up there. I think if we just start killing every single thing on the map, then we'll be in good shape as far as working on these quests, because basically we have to kill everything. Slimes, owl beast, high elves, trolls, wolves, everything, anything that moves, we're going after it. And we'll just kind of work from east to west. Some of these, I was gonna say, some of these wolves are in stealth. And here we go. You know there's stealth wolves around somewhere because you look off in any direction and you see nothing. And you know there's not nothing. But when they're in stealth, they have a much smaller aggro radius, I think, than they would normally have. So even aggroing them is difficult. It's not as bad as the Panthers and Stranglethorn. What do we have over here? The Lost Tools. Okay, let's pop in here. And let's see if we can grab these Lost Tools. Is this gonna be like a click it on the ground, or are we looking at a named mob, or waiting for an item to respawn? What are we doing here? I don't see anything on the ground. I see a food crate in the distance. That's not what we're looking for. Let's scan the area a little bit, in case the quest marker given to us is not really accurate. Well, I don't see anything. Maybe it's an item on the ground that another player has picked up, and maybe if we check back later, we'll find it. That's really all I can think of. Alright, I kind of want to work on like one thing at a time so we can start clearing objectives off the map, so I am gonna try to focus on finding these wolves, just because they'll probably be the hardest mobs to find. If I run around on my mount, maybe we'll have better luck aggroing them. Well, confirmed. There is another player here. We have a Tauren Shaman level 51. They're killing wolves also. And maybe they've looted that item that we were looking for on the ground. It's funny that you can go a very long time without seeing another player, but the moment you do see another player, somehow they happen to be, you know, just ahead of you on the same exact questing track. Alright, that's it for wolves. Let's get our health and our mana back. And then what are we going to do next? We could go after the rest of our metallic fragments and start on the Wildkin kill quest. 20 savage. Oh, you know what? Testing the vessel. That's what we need to be doing. That is a Tannerous quest. So when we kill... Oh, look at all these clams. When we kill the owl beast, I have an item I need to use on them. And I certainly have not been doing that. Where is the item? You know, knowing me, I've probably vendored the item, or otherwise, like, somehow thrown it on the ground, because I don't see it. So maybe we're not doing that quest. Oh, wait. Oh, here it is. Okay. Unfortunately, I have no room for it. Let's put it over here for now. Well, there we go. We got the Skylord plume. Looks like that was 100%, so... I guess the hard part was finding one of them. Katniss Everdark, thank you for being here and hanging out with us. I appreciate it. Someday you'll play WoW again? It's always here waiting. It's always a good time to get back into WoW. Alright, is there going to be a blue item inside of this chest? Or in the level range where there could be? I've only seen one blue come out of a chest ever, and that was on a mage in TBC Classic the first time around. I predict some cheese and an old pair of boots. We got some moonberry juice. Which means somebody else looted this and they left the moonberry juice, because you never see just the one item. Did they update Vanilla Classic, or is this another addition to the classics? This is the Burning Crusade. So we are on the anniversary realms, which they opened up in like November of 2024. And those started in Vanilla, and just a couple months ago they rolled into TBC era. So they've been progressing for a while, but TBC is still relatively fresh. Again, there's an item here that we're supposed to be able to pick up off the ground. Maybe the lost tools can be in one of many different places. I don't see them here either, unfortunately. And I have no memory or recollection of this quest whatsoever. Mantar, good evening to you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. What's the best computer for WoW? I mean, WoW can, especially WoW Classic, can be run off of a toaster oven connected to a potato by a pair of jumper cables. You don't need a big budget to build a WoW machine. Especially if Classic is your jam. If you play a lot of retail, then you probably want something like relatively current, but you don't need $3,000 to build a WoW machine. The computer that I'm currently on has a 3060 RTX, and I built this at the very end of the chip crisis. So like prices were coming down, but they weren't down yet. And this PC cost me just a bit over $2,000 during a period of time that was like just bad for computer parts. Things were all expensive still. And I built mine through iBuyPower, which is it's a company. They have a website. And you can build a PC, and you know, you could put it together, and they build it for you, and they ship it to you. And I went through them, and it was a great experience. They emailed me like every step of the way. They always let me know like your parts are being gathered, the computer's being put together, we're burning it in, it's shipping to you. And it was a great experience, and it actually got to me a couple weeks earlier than they had originally predicted it would, so that was what I did when I needed a new WoW machine. So many wolves, and like Questie thinks there's millions and millions and millions of owl beasts, but I have a suspicion that the owl beast and the wolves share spawn points, and we just keep running into tons and tons of wolves. Which is fine, it's easy XP, but you know. What do we have over here? Trolls. Whatever these are, we don't need these particular trolls, which is kind of surprising. We need Vile Branch, Berserkers, Shadow Hunters, Blood Drinkers, Soul Eaters. These are Witch Doctors. So they're not on our hit list, so they can live another day. Okay. Let's go check on the trolls over here. Maybe we have better luck in this area just getting the troll stuff done. And perhaps we can find more Owlkin over to the west. I think I'm going to be at the point soon where I'm ready for a Horde side alt. But I don't know what it would be. And I'm worried that it might have to be a Blood Elf no matter what. And it being a Blood Elf is, you know, it's limiting. It eliminates a few possibilities. Maybe once we get to Outland. I'll definitely be ready by the time I get this character to Outland. But yeah, I don't know. A Blood Elf Mage or Lock? Yeah, I mean those are pretty obvious. Like, yeah, like I thought, like, oh, Blood Elf Warlock. Am I gonna have fun on a Warlock though? And then like on a Mage, am I gonna be frustrated by mana issues? Or is it gonna be like, is it better than the vanilla Mage? Because those are both appealing. You know, I like the idea of a Mage more than a Warlock. If you've been around the channel for a while, like, it's a known fact that I don't really resonate with Warlocks. Like, it's a hard class fantasy for me to really get into. I've only played a couple of Warlocks that I've enjoyed. The one Warlock I enjoyed the most was a human Warlock in hardcore. And unfortunately, right as I was really digging that character, we died in No More Gone at like level 30. But that was the only time I really got into a Warlock. I don't know what it was. It was just a human Warlock in hardcore, but I just got really into it. TBC Mage has the same mana problems. Yeah, that's what I felt like. I felt like they'd probably have the same mana problems. And so a Warlock would not have those problems necessarily. I could play a priest in a way that doesn't have mana issues, because we could level a disciplined priest. And as long as you get spirit tap, I feel like you on a priest you're pretty solid. You know, we can still wand in TBC, right? They didn't get rid of wanding until like, well, Cataclysm really put the nail in the coffin. But I think Wrath of the Lich King made some changes to how wands work that kind of negated them. Maybe we could do a Blood Elf Priest. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind healing sometimes. This could be our tank, and then we could have a priest healer. Alright, let's hit up one of the other... We don't have to circle this place like a lunatic. We can go to one of the other camps and fight the guys over that way. I feel like whatever we do, if we want to do any 5-mans, we've either got to be able to tank or we've got to be able to heal. It would be hard, I think, to level up like a mage and expect that you're ever going to be invited to a group the way the current system works. I would love to play something like a mage, maybe, like when we have LFG. If they ever come to their senses and realize like an automated LFG is the best thing for 5-man grouping. And now that we're on mega servers, like, you know, the idea like, oh, LFG negates server community because you could be grouped with anybody across multiple realms. Now that we're basically on mega servers, like, automated LFG, like, that argument is negated by the nature of how servers work these days. So when we get automated LFG, like, it'd be great to play a DPS, because then you could queue up and, you know, it's going to take like maybe 15 minutes, but you can quest and wait the 15 minutes and then eventually you get a group, you know? But if you're just sitting in queue and there's like a billion DPS ahead of you and you have to keep relisting yourself to get back to the top, like, that's a huge pain in the ass, and that's not gameplay. Like, you're not playing the game while you're standing there relisting yourself, like praying that somebody pulls you out of the hat. So that's not fun, and it kind of like stops you, and if you're spamming chat, it stops you from focusing on questing or doing anything else with your time. Maybe we'll get it at the start of Wrath. Well, that'd be okay. I kind of want to see if I can just bounce between these two camps, because the next camp is way over to the west. No, I'm killing them too quickly. Oh, wait, here we go. Alright, so we killed all of a certain type of them. We killed all of the scalpers for this one, cannibalistic cousins. But we still need soothsayers. Apparently we've only killed 2 soothsayers, so like maybe these guys are holed up somewhere else. And maybe there would even be some on the pyramid while we're doing the pyramid stuff, but I don't know if we're gonna find a bunch by running back and forth out here. Or if we are better off just like progressing with some other stuff and seeing when we find them next. Tyler, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for joining us. Still never figured out these tools, you know, we never saw them. We did have some other players out here, but I doubt they would have been looting them every single time they pop back up. So we'll have to re-examine that quest later on. Maybe I'll have to actually like read it again. And then mainly we just need a ton of Owl Beast right now. If we're not going into the pyramid yet, then we need a ton of Owl Beasts. Which, for whatever reason, we're just not finding a bunch of them. We are finding lots and lots of wolves, though, now that we don't need them. We're just finding tons of wolves. Well, see, here's the problem. The problem, as it so often is in many things in life, the problem is other people. We have other people here. And they are also killing all of the Owlkin. So therein lies our difficulty. So what do we want to do? I mean, we can keep running around out here for a while. Maybe we could just head more directly west and see if anything improves that way. Failing that, we could head into the pyramid. We do have the high elves and the oozes. I don't know where the oozes are at. I thought the oozes were right around here, but I'm not seeing any objectives. But we could do the high elf stuff too. Let's just keep working our way to the west. And we'll get the Owlkin that we can, and then we'll end up at the high elf enclave. David, I mean, I don't mean it in a really negative way, but am I wrong? It's just how it is. Think about all the problems that you have, and then imagine there's no other people besides you. Suddenly, a lot of your problems vanish. It's interesting. Who do we have here? 51 Tauren Shaman. I do need to do something with the item. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I need to slap him with this. Maybe I can get this guy's kills. Oh, that's tricky. I can use anybody's kills for this quest as long as it hasn't been done to their corpse already. Negative side of this is we're looking at like a 30-second cooldown each time I pop it. So piles of bodies are kind of a waste. Yeah, I'm gonna keep forgetting this thing. But we absolutely should be doing it. Don't know when I'm gonna get back out to Tannerus. I might have to make a trip specifically to turn this one in. Weirdly, using that item puts us into combat for a second. But thankfully it's only for a second. Wow, an 820 crit as she was casting a heal? That felt pretty good. No tools here. Once again, we are bereft of tools. Maybe I should go do the pyramid. I feel like we're fighting lots of stuff. But we're not necessarily working on quest most of the time when we're fighting stuff out here. We're getting into a lot of incidental combats, which is okay, like in a way, because we're getting kill XP. But if I go up the pyramid, then like basically everything I'm doing on the pyramid is completing a quest, or getting me closer to completing a quest. And the same isn't true out here. For some reason I thought we had a quest for these oozes, but we don't. I know the Alliance has a quest. Maybe the Horde just doesn't have a quest for them. Alright, I'm heading over to the High Elf place. That is what we're gonna do. We're just gonna head all the way over there, and we're gonna see if we can work on that. Our luck, we'll get there and there will be like 5 other players farming the place out, but you know, we'll deal with that when it happens. On the way, we'll fight Owlkin, and I will try to remember to use the item. I'll try. I love this zone, and I'm so happy that we have a lot of stuff to do in this zone. It feels like on the Alliance side, you come here for like 10 minutes, and you do like 3 quests. And then you have to leave. It's like perfect aesthetically. It's one of the few like high-level zones that's actually peaceful and serene. Whereas like at this level you start getting into more dire places. Like you start getting into like, you know, Plague Lands, you get into Searing Gorge and Blasted Lands and Badlands and all of these very dire places. The Tannerous Desert, even Ungoro, like Ungoro's great, but it's like a very dangerous jungle, not at all serene or soothing. Just giant T-Rexes that are gonna stomp on your face. This is one of the last like just like calm, tranquil forest zones in the high level range. The Horde are lucky they get to spend so much time here. Another mark in the favor of Horde being better, like overall better as far as like the questing experience. That's interesting, Mantar. You grew to love the Hinterlands because you played PvP, and here you found some peace. Yeah, because there's nothing to fight over here. And it's probably like a quieter area, you know, with there being less Alliance population here especially, like, it's peaceful. Ungoro Crater feels like you're constantly running around with wet socks. It does give off that vibe, yeah. It manages to be like dark and dreary even as a vibrant jungle, and I like it. It has a nice vibe, but it's not peaceful or soothing though. It's just that dense forest overgrowth. Everything's trying to kill you. The plants are trying to kill you. The dinosaurs are trying to kill you. Like, there's tar monsters. They're out to kill you. See, I'm already not using this item. I don't know why it's so easy to forget. Boop. We're at 4 out of 10. Like, it's progress. We've also found, like, there's a lot more owlkin availability over on this side of the zone. Unfortunately, there's just as many wolves. Just as many wolves to deal with as ever. Except we can see these ones before they jump us. So I guess that's overall like a net positive. Eventually we'll get where we're going. It's kind of one of the beautiful things about classic questing over modern questing, is that like in classic questing your objectives are spread further apart. Like you pick up all your objectives over here. Like you pick up your quest here, but then your objectives are like very far apart, away from the quest giver and away from each other. In a way that you could be headed somewhere to do something, but then get completely sidetracked working on a different quest just spontaneously. And you know, like me, like the more ADD you are, the more that's going to happen. Like it happens to me constantly. I'm always heading in a direction, and then I find myself just working on something else completely. But it's great. It's part of the organic nature of the game. When all the quests are clustered together, and when the objectives are very close to the quest givers, that doesn't happen. There's no spontaneity. You know exactly where you're going to go, and you're going to get there instantly, and you know exactly what's going to happen when you get there. Just like an altogether different vibe. You know, I wouldn't mind a shaman. How are shaman doing in TBC? Like, how's shaman healing, and how's shaman elemental? Because I guess if I did a shaman, they'd probably have to be elemental resto. We'd have to be an orc, but that would be okay. Or I could go Tauren. I could bring Ramblehoof back. I wonder if leveling as elemental would be more enjoyable than leveling as a discipline priest. Having never done either of those in TBC, I don't really know. Elemental is very bursty and fun to play. Interesting. Yeah, I'd love to be able to do like a elemental with resto off spec, and then that way we can just like using the same gear, I guess. Like while leveling up, I like to be able to use the same gear for DPS as I'm gonna use for healing. So that might be something. That might be a potential alt. It would be a different start, like, you know, we wouldn't do the Blood Elf start again. I'm not drumming. I know, I'm so bad. We still need 9 metallic fragments. What do we got for the drums? Like 6 out of 8 or something? Boop. 8 out of 10. Okay, so we only need 2 more. We're gonna get it. Now, granted, I could have it already. But we will get there. It's like the most triggering part of the stream, probably. Oh, very nice. They went back and they replaced all of these old janky high elf models with blood elf models with blue eyes. Yeah, I really appreciate that. It's very kind of them. Spirit scroll. Let's go ahead and we'll just pop that. Ooh, inventory's getting big. Oh, we got spirit and we got intellect scrolls. Let's pop both of those. Our inventory is burgeoning. We got 12 available spaces. We can hearth back whenever we need to. So there's that. You know, I guess all it would take for Alliance to be better would be High Elves and a couple more questing areas. I guess that's really what it is. Like, if I could play a High Elf on Alliance, I'd probably be doing that. To be honest. I still think it's amazing that they sent us here to kill 60 enemies. 15 of every type. We are going to need to have a coffee break very soon. So I am out of coffee. You're going to keep Kool-Aid manning through my office after all the times we talked about it? I'm not going to tell you now. I've told you too many times.
No, just tell me the pin, please.
No.
Tell me the pin to my computer.
No, I'm sick of you not remembering it. Go think about it. I've explained it to you. It's so easy, and I've told you the pin so many times.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, my son had a half day today and a field trip. It was a field trip half day. And now he really wants me to give him the passcode for his computer that I've told him a billion times. And I have refused, and now he's not going to have access to that computer until whenever I am not doing this, whenever I'm not sitting here. So he's not very happy with me now, which is fine. It's the consequence for pulling a Kool-Aid man through the door of my office without knocking. The consequence is I don't tell you the password again for the millionth time. What are my trade skills on this character? Nothing. Unfortunately, because I thought I was gonna rush this character to level through and get him through the dark portal on time, which didn't happen. I didn't level my professions like a good WoW player should do. I let them fall by the wayside in my blind pursuit of leveling up as quickly as I could, and look where that got me. The moral of the story is, take your time and work on your trade skills. This was going to be my jewel crafter, and well, that's how far we got. Mining takes a lot of time specifically. Anything that needs mining like takes extra time, even more so than something like herbalism and alchemy. Oh, there's an escort quest over here. Well, I'm assuming it's an escort quest. It's a guy stuck in a cage. If it's an escort quest, we're gonna hold off. But let's grab it and just like let's see what it is. In case he wants us to like collect something from these guys or kill more of these guys or something that overlaps with what we're currently doing. Rinjin lost axe and was captured. Please help Rinjin escape. Me know that blood elf like you don't like Rinji's kind, but Rinji begs. Must get out of here. Okay, I don't know why Rinji has to sound like this, but it's an escort quest. Escort him out of the lodge, then find his hidden secret at the overlook cliffs to the east. Okay, so it doesn't sound like we have to escort him really far. Let's just do it, and then we'll kill things on the way out and see where that gets us. Because if we wait, there's always the chance that like another player will come by and start the quest, and then we're stuck waiting for him to respawn himself, which could take any amount of time. Oh, and speaking of other players, yeah, right on cue, we have another Blood Elf Paladin here. But apparently it's time to get our roleplay walk on. Oh god. Okay. Did these guys spawn because of his escort quest? I have to assume they did. Well, that was rude of them. This guy needs to slow down for a second. But he obviously has no intention of doing so. Okay, I don't want him to get too far ahead of us here. Oh, this is perfect. This is great. Maybe he can tank the dog for a second. Because he, you know, we spawned this group and we also had to pull a wolf. And now we are looking at just a ton of mobs. And I'm wishing we were prot spec. Do I have potions? Yeah, I do have potions. I'm gonna have to pop one of those. And, yeah, I don't know. We're still not... It's not good. Like, I don't know if we get out of this alive. It's gonna depend on if we get any crits. I can lay on hands. Lay on hands. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. Where is this guy going? Dude, don't even. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm shocked that we lived. Thanks to lay on hands. We have no mana. That could be an issue. I definitely wasn't prepared for him to spawn multiple groups of 3 enemies. We should just think, like, in the future, if I'm doing an escort quest, I should probably go prot spec if we have a decent one-hander and a decent shield. That's gonna let us deal with groups a lot more safely and efficiently. Alright, so we escorted him, and that's fine. And then I don't know where the quest turns in. They said in the caves. Then find his secret at the Overlook Cliffs to the east. His hidden secret. Is his hidden secret going to be something that lets me turn the quest in? And I don't know. Oh, wait. Ah, I see. It's all the way out in the ocean. Okay, well, we'll be back there eventually. Let's go back to the lodge and finish killing high elves. That's all the outrunners we need. And now we need scouts. I think the scouts are also going to be on the exterior of the building. So we'll have a look around back here before we head inside again. And that is it for scouts. This place has been cleaned out. Let's check back here by the pavilion. What's back here? Marksman. Okay. Yeah, looks like we got more of them back this way. Well, it looks like now we are waiting on respawns. And we still have the other Blood Elf Paladin working in the area. So maybe I'll just fight some stuff outside while we wait. Loki Mains, thank you for checking out the content and for hanging out with us today. I appreciate it. We've got respawns coming back up. Kind of tempted to get in here and try to pull that other one, but I don't know if this mob will follow me or if they'll bug out, so maybe not a good idea. Alright, we're done. That is 60 high elves just murdered. We probably feel kind of bad, you know? We might have known some of these elves in a past life. But hey, anything for XP and gold. Alright, with that done, I think I'm gonna hearth back to town. We can turn some stuff in, and I need to take a quick coffee break. And, yeah, maybe shove some food into my mouth hole. So, we're gonna do that, and then we will finish up with the Wildkin music. Eventually, we're gonna head into Jintha'alor, but yeah, I need a little bit of a break. Give me about 5 minutes. I will see you guys on the flip side. All right, we are back. Monica, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. All right, let's turn some stuff in.
What you want later? Be seeing ya. What you looking for? Okie dokie. Later. Me got the good stuff, man. Stay away from the voodoo.
He gave us like an awesome fishing rod and some awesome lure, but yeah, I feel bad because we didn't do fishing on this character. We didn't do any useful professions on this character at all. All right, vendoring. Yeah, we gotta empty our inventory here. We have only 5 or 6 spaces available. You're a vendor.
Spec. Abu. What are you looking for? For the Horde!
So we got a follow-up quest to go after long, elegant feathers. From, I'm assuming, oh, you know what? I was assuming it was from the Owlkin, but it's probably not. Maybe it's from the Griffins. Yeah, it's probably from the Griffins. Although I was thinking maybe we just head into the Jintha'alor pyramid and do all that stuff. Let's head to the pyramid. I'm kind of curious to see what this is going to be like. With this not being elite, but it's still going to have the same density that it had. Kind of curious, what is it going to feel like to actually try to quest here? I don't know if we have any objectives at all on the lower tiers. It looks like there might be items to pick up on the ground. Tainted blood vessels? Vessel of tainted blood. Not the same as a tainted blood vessel. And I think those are little black pots on the ground. Though I don't see any anywhere near us. Alright, the witch doctors have a heal we're gonna have to be aware of. Alright, there's the items that we're looking for. They look like that. We're gonna have to fight our way back there. I think I'm just going to start heading up so that we can at least get into some of the kill quests. Or not. We apparently don't need headhunters either. Part of me worries that maybe we've missed some quests. But I don't know where they would have been for me to have missed them. Son of a biscuit. We have a level 50 Forsaken Warlock up here with us. There we go. That's the first mob we've seen that was for one of the quests. We have a Berserker hanging out back in that little nook. I don't know if I want to fight the Warlock for it. I'm gonna keep looking around. It looks like he's already cleared the opposite direction, though. Maybe we'll find some of the ground item pickups. I don't think we need the Warlocks. No, we don't. And if I can avoid fighting enemies that have Voidwalker pets, then I'm gonna avoid them. Somehow we squeaked through there. Yeah, I feel like he's already killed all of the mobs on this level. Unfortunately. So how are we getting up top? That I don't know. Is this a private server? No. No, this is one of the anniversary realms that opened up in 2024. Maybe the stairs are back this way? Yes, okay. We also have a Forsaken Mage to compete with up here. Fun times. Lots of people doing the pyramid quest right now, it looks like. Imagine not being able to cleanse poison off yourself. How awful that must feel. Hosea97, I'm glad you're digging the content. Thanks for stopping by the stream. A priest can clear their own poisons, can't they? Surely a priest can do it. I know mage can only do magical afflictions. Oh, but if priests can't cure poisons, then what good are they? They can't. Oh no. Really? What about shaman? Can shaman clear their own poisons? Oh, and don't say I have to. Don't say yes, but with a totem. Oh, the answer is yes, but with a totem, isn't it? I feel like it must be. So who else can heal poisons then? I'm assuming druids can heal poisons. And then shaman can probably do it with a totem. But not priest, that's really weird. Because hear me out, the paladin is using the holy light to clear poisons. So if the paladin can use the light to clear poisons, then so can a priest. You know, it would be the same spell. They're both using the same power source. Ember, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. Shaman can cleanse poisons, but can they do it with just like a spell click? I was considering elemental / resto shaman for a future horde alt. With a spell and a totem. Oh, okay. Well, that's great. That's awesome. Yeah, I just like, man, it would really stink to not be able to cleanse my own poisons. Like, I feel like I have to deal with that on warriors. And I don't know if I want to deal with it on any other class. Priests can cure diseases. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense too. And then mages clear curses. At least there's a potion for it, I guess. But then you're still stuck on the cooldown timer for the potions, though. What do we have running up on us here? It's that Forsaken Warlock from earlier. We're definitely competing here, especially for the ground items, which seem to be few and far between. And I believe we need 10 of them. We got 4 out of 10 right now, which isn't bad. We don't need any more Shadow Hunter kills, so I was kind of just exploring this area, you know, hoping to find more of the items. We don't need hide skinners at all, so I'm... Oh god, what did I aggro? How did I aggro this guy but the Voidwalker didn't? Oh, that's special. Hmm. Oh yes, leveling up. Oh, it's been so long I forgot about leveling up. Level 51. Oh gosh, 7 more levels to go before we can go through the Dark Portal. What's my slash played? 3 days, 20 hours, 22 minutes. 3 times 24, 20, 40, 60... 72 plus 20... 92 hours. 92 hours to get to 51. Oh my god, that's a lot of hours. I'm just saying. We still have half a bar of rested XP, like into the next level. That's very nice. See, if I only play this character once or twice a week, then we're gonna have plenty of rested XP, which I feel like at this point we definitely need. Are there any quest items back here? I don't see any. And I don't need any of these kills. And the staircase is not this way, so let's go back. I think we're ready to go up to the next tier. Soul Eaters. Alright, we got Soul Eaters up here. The Hide Skinners we still don't need, but we're probably going to have to deal with some of them anyway. We got blood drinkers up here as well. Well, that's some cool looking armor for trolls. As far as trolls go, that looks pretty cool. At level 50 we learn Crusader Strike. Not technically correct. You can get Crusader Strike at level 50, but you have to spec into it. And so that's a choice and not something that just happens when you ding 50. In order to get to that, you have to spend all of your points in the ret tree the entire way, and I don't do that. Because I grabbed 5 points to increase our strength by 10%. Which I feel like while leveling up is kind of invaluable. It's 10% strength, which is huge. And then the other thing I'd balance with that is like, you know, it's a 6-second cooldown. It's nice to have a button to push. But on a 6-second cooldown, it causes 110% weapon damage. Like, I can live without it for now. I really don't want to give up the 5 points to get down to it any faster. So like, eventually we'll get to it, you know? It's just gonna be a little while. I will grab Repentance though. If we ever need to CC a humanoid for a minute, that'll let us do so. It incapacitates them for 6 seconds, which is basically nothing. And it only works against humanoids. It's kind of like one of the most worthless deep talents that you can think of, unless you want it for PvP. And then if you want it for PvP, then it makes sense. But for what I'm doing, it's not very useful. We got slimes here. We don't need slimes. And this guy just killed everything back this way. Do I have to go in this cave for anything? I don't remember the cave. But then again, it's been... I mean, it's been like 15 years, I think, since I've done all these quests. But yeah, I don't remember cave. Well, I need these guards. I need 10 of them. So if there's guards in the cave, then I need cave. We're gonna have to at least check it out. Oh, this is not a cave, this is a passageway. So where does the passageway take me? Alright, looks secret. We've got a guy in a cage, and by guy, I mean a bird. Sharp beak. So that maybe that's all that's up here. Maybe if you have this quest, this may be an alliance quest to rescue Sharpbeak. And it looks like that's really all that's up here. Nice view though. But that's it. We got a pile of bones here that we need. But to get to it, we're gonna have to kill these wolves. Alright, this will be the last of the tainted blood we need. So that's one quest down. Yeah, see, there's another pile of bones that we have to get to, and I think we have to go this way. And then go down a rung in order to get to it. So I must have missed it on one of the lower areas. Yeah, Maybe it's over here. Yeah, you know what? It's probably right in the middle of this pit. That seems like a good place to keep a set of bones. So we didn't have to go too far out of our way. Nothing we need back here. I think at this point we just have to go up top. Or like back in this area somewhere. This is one of the places in Azeroth that I'm least familiar with. Because I just never do these quests. I haven't done these quests, I don't think, at all during Classic. So the last time I did these would have been like original TBC. Maybe I might have brought a character through here as late as original Wrath of the Lich King. But either way, it would have been a very long time ago. We gotta find a bunch more of these guards. I'm assuming maybe this area is gonna be full of guards, since we've only found 3 out of 10 so far. I wonder if anything is gonna happen when I pop this quest.
How you doing, man?
You must act quickly. Surely the guards have been alerted to your presence. I don't want to act quickly. Is this gonna start an event? I feel like that's gonna start some kind of event where I get bum rushed. I'm hesitant, to say the least. Oh, here's the priestess. Oh, we need her. Let's tag her before somebody else does. I feel like maybe popping this guy's quest ought to be the last thing I do up top here. Unless he's going to summon a lot of the types that I need. I still need a bunch of berserkers. I think the berserkers were down on like the 2nd or 3rd tier. And while we were there, a couple of other players had farmed them out. Yeah, all these guards are back in the cave. Oh, I'm really conflicted. Let's turn in the quest and see what happens. I'm worried he gives us a follow-up to go into the cave, so I don't want to work back into the cave right now. Then have to do it again. The key to my bindings is held by Hinterlands, the keeper. She is in the nearby cave. Be careful, Paladin, for she is guarded well. Kill her and bring the key back to loosen my shackles. Only then will I be free to return home. Okay. Nothing weird happened. No events started. We just have to fight back into the cave now. I'm glad we did it that way. So we can go straight, or we can go to our right, which looks like it goes up and around. We also have a level 55 Draenei here. They're going straight. I'm gonna go up this way and see if this curves around. It looks like it does, but is it? Oh, you know what? That's just taking me through a loop. Okay. Robert attempts to navigate the cave, take 2. Let's just go this way, the same way the level 55 went. That's most likely the correct path. And we all know that I can't navigate caves. Not intentionally. So we'll just keep running around. Eventually we'll find what we're looking for. What is it about caves that WoW players dislike them so much? I don't know that everybody dislikes them, but I guess caves are often a place where you can get killed pretty easily. And if you're like me, sometimes they're just hard to navigate. But I think a lot of the dislike of caves comes from hardcore, just because caves are pretty dangerous places. Usually a lot of mob density, not a lot of ways to escape. And if you have to escape a cave, you're probably going to end up running right through respawns behind you. And so I think like people not liking caves is more of a hardcore WoW thing. Because caves are where you go to die. Oh, there it is. Ancient Egg. That's a good point. It's a 2D map for a 3D space. Yeah, you have elevation and stuff happening in caves, like things looping, going up, going down, but you are working with a 2D map. That's probably part of my problem too. Like, I just always get turned around. Alright, we're done here. We can try to go back the way we came. And maybe most of our way will be cleared. We could jump down here. This seems like an okay idea. And then we should just be able to head straight out. Yeah, this looks good. Oh, this guy is sapped. Must be a rogue here somewhere. I'll take advantage of that. Oh, look, the sap broke. As soon as I walk by, the sap breaks. That's incredibly rude. We got the egg. Why was it not for this guy? Recover the key. Okay. We got an egg. We did not get a key. I don't know why I thought we were in here. But apparently we were in here for 2 reasons. And the second reason never manifested. Or maybe the named guy, there must be a named guy, and they just aren't where the egg is. So we're going back. We're going back into the cave, guys. I know, we're all excited. Back into the cave we go. Where the hell is this guy? Okay, so maybe they're just in like a different direction. I didn't realize we had 2 objectives in the cave, so I saw a clickable object and I figured, hey, that's it. Let's get out of here. Boy, was I wrong. What are the odds we're going to be waiting on a respawn for this for a long time? Even if I figure out where it is. Which I'm not convinced that I understand. It's got to be back where we were, right? Like back up on that ledge, there has to be a name guy that spawns. That's really the only place that could be. Unless there's another dimension to the elevation here that I don't know about. It's got to be up top somewhere. Could I tell you what add-on I'm using to display my buffs under my character frame? I can't. Only because I'm not using an add-on to do it. What I am using is the built-in interface. So now you can go to edit mode. And edit mode gives you all kinds of options, but basically it lets you move around anything on your screen. So all I've done is I've dragged the buffs from where they were, and I've taken them and I put them where I want them to be. And then I've resized them a little bit using my sliders. And that's it. No add-ons for the UI. The UI is all in-game stuff that I've contorted with edit mode. And to be fair, edit mode is something very new to Classic. It's a system that they carried over from their retail interface and they shoved it into the Classic client, and it's good. It does everything you could want it to do, in my opinion. Well, there's a few things it doesn't do. It does most things. So am I supposed to believe somewhere in this room a named guy spawns? Oh yeah, look at that. Okay, look at that. We killed these 2 guards. Oh Jesus. Somehow somebody killed just the name guy and left the 2 guards up. How did they manage that? Those guys spawned in and just like, boom. Just instantly on me, instantly killing me. Oh, that's amazing. Okay, we got the 1 dead. I did have to blow lay on hands to survive that. Oh, look at that. We kept the keeper. Oh, now I see how they did it. Oh, that's so weird. So we pulled all of them. We kept the keeper and we left the patrol. That must have been how the last person got it too. Oh, there we go. Let's get these guys the kill. Oh, there we go. Now they all get to loot it. You're welcome, guys. You're welcome. Now kill me a way out of here, will ya? Maybe they'll help us clear out so that we don't have to fight all these respawns again. No, you can't move the interface window for quests, that's true. Yeah, there are a couple things that it, for some reason, can't move. Not being able to move the quest stuff is a weird one. Kind of wish they would figure that out. Is it a whole party of trolls? No, there's some blood elves. This guy's a blood elf. We got a pretty diverse group. We got a troll, 2 blood elves, and a forsaken. It's pretty diverse. Troll mage, undead mage, blood elf paladin, blood elf paladin. There's a little bit of diversity. I'm wondering if maybe there's another part to this chain, like I should just stay in the group with these people until we know we're done here. If they head down the pyramid, I should follow them down the pyramid, because we have guys further down the pyramid that we still need. I need a bunch of berserkers that we never got, because all the berserkers were dead when I got there.
Who you be? Okie dokie.
Return to my mate, tell her that I'm gonna come home. Okay. That's it. That is everything up top here. We just gotta head back down now and hope that we can get the rest of our berserkers. Supposedly all the berserkers are on this level? Yeah, there we go. Well, we need 2 more. And according to Questie, they only spawn up here, and there aren't any left, so we might be waiting on respawns. We could look below. But yeah, I don't remember seeing any down here on the way in. And Questie says no. Questie says the only place to find them is up on this tier right here. And there doesn't seem to really be anything else to fight. Oh, here we go. Little nooks and crannies. Little nooks and crannies. One more to go. Here we go. Alright, I feel like hearthing back and turning these in could be valid. And then we could vendor, and we can maybe buy some more food. Let's do that. That feels like the right thing. I don't think we're going to level off of these quests. But it should be a pretty big chunk of XP. Let's sell all of our junk. Let's buy a bunch of the food from here.
How you doing, man?
Let's grab the neck piece.
Stay away from the voodoo.
A rune of the guard captain is a trinket. That's a wand we don't need. And a held in offhand that we don't need. I'm gonna take the bow to sell it.
Be seeing ya.
Yeah, that was a pretty healthy chunk of XP. This trinket increases our attack power by 20 and our hit rating by 10. They must have buffed this. I remember going after this trinket way back in the day, but I don't remember it being that strong. That's a lot of attack power. Am I wrong? Is this trinket better? Yeah, I think it is. Strength, stamina, and agility. Let's pop that on. Very nice.
Relax. Be seeing ya. See ya later.
17 strength and 10 stamina plate pants. I don't know what we have on. More strength, a little bit less stamina. I'm gonna take it. Yeah, let's put them on. Alright, so that's all of the Jintha'alor stuff. At least all the stuff that we had quest for. We didn't get the hammer. I thought the hammer from Zul'Farrak was part of the Jintha'alor questing. But if it is, I don't think we got it. Alright, inventory is good. We got food, we got water. Let's head back out. You're not sure if you want to level a Retribution Paladin or a Boomkin Druid. Well, I'm biased. I can't help you there. You couldn't pay me to level up a Boomkin. I've tried several times throughout the ages of WoW, but I never am able to stick with Druids, especially caster Druids. One day I'll do it just to see what it feels like, just to see like what the level progression feels like. One day when we've done everything else. Maybe then. I wonder if we're ever going to figure out what's going on with these tools. I'm going to run up here and check one more time. Maybe this is your time for Druid? Yeah, it could be. I think I always tell myself the same thing though, like this is the Druid, this is the one. Just never works out. Still no tools that I can see. I guess I'm not confused, I just don't know. We're gonna have to read the quest. Find his lost tools, that's it. The tools might be at one of the temples to the northeast. Okay, so it could be anywhere. Well, maybe not anywhere, but it could be here, or it could be here. The only one we haven't searched is this far one, all the way over to the west. So maybe we ought to head that way. We'll check this other location first. Balanced Druid is peak? Oh man. Yeah, I've never been able to get into it. I've tried in many different expansions. Maybe that should be my horde alt. Maybe we should just make ourselves do a druid. I love healing on a druid. You know, in Wrath of the Lich King, I healed on a druid for a little while. And druid healing was a lot of fun. I loved stacking hots on everybody and just like letting them go. I didn't like being a tree. That part was a little bit annoying. But I liked the power and the button pushing of heals. Oh my god, we found the tools. They're here. Now, if we can just kill these guys and get to them before another player shows up, that'll be perfect. This zone looks so good. This is the Hinterlands, and it's one of the best zones in Classic. Just the perfect forest grassland ambience. One of the only high-level zones that's chill like this. Most of the high-level zones are like blasted wastelands of terrible terribleness. Is it hard to solo a balanced druid? Early on, you have to rely on your staff. That's what I learned doing it in hardcore. Is that early on balanced druid, you want to make sure you have a really good staff, and you have to understand you're going to cast a little bit, and then you're going to finish in melee. And that was how I was kind of enjoying like low-level balanced druid. Was, you know, you'd cast, and once they got to you, you just melee them down. And you scale with strength, so. But if you're just trying to cast, you're gonna run out of mana. And it's gonna be painful. It was a slower process. it kind of felt like leveling a discipline priest though. How like you cast, then you wand. Except a druid, you cast, and then you melee. And then if you need a heal, you just pop renew or rejuve, similar to on the priest, how you would just pop power word shield to keep yourself going. I don't think you have to worry about Anniversary going all the way to Cataclysm. It seems most likely that Anniversary is going to go to Wrath of the Lich King. And then by the time Wrath of the Lich King is winding down, by that time, you'll know about Classic Plus, or you'll know what Blizzard plans to do next. Like, they'll have told everybody what their big plan is for Classic, and we'll be heading into that by the time Wrath Classic Anniversary winds down. I don't think there's any chance that they want to go into a Cataclysm Anniversary. I don't think that's part of the plan, thankfully. So I don't think anybody needs that again. Twice is enough, right? Twice is enough. David, neither did I. Not until people told me during the hardcore run. Like, I didn't think like, oh, that's going to be a big source of damage for me, but it really is. Early on, your staff swings are a big source of damage for you, and you want to prioritize having a good staff, like with a high DPS on it. And when you do that, that part's actually enjoyable. Like, I kind of enjoyed that. It was slow, but, you know, a lot of things are slow. And it felt okay. Oh man, I keep running into all these wolves. Okay, what do I really need to be doing? I really need to be popping my drum every time I kill one of these guys. That would be the place to start. Yeah, I'm having focus issues with the Owlkin quest. Somewhere there are Savage Owl Beasts that we have a kill quest for. But we must not be running into a lot of the Savage ones. Here's one. We're running into a lot of wolves, though. I really wish that would chill out a bit. We should have been checking for soothsayers at the troll sites. We're gonna have to go back to the north and check that out. These frickin' wolves, man, I'll tell you. Oh yeah, and we have a kill quest for the Howlers. But the Howlers are the wolves that aren't stealthed, and for the life of us, we just can't stop running into the ones that are stealthed. Maybe we can find the Howlers in a different area. Like, maybe the solution is simply to head to the west. I don't know. Oh, this is great. It's kind of insane. Like, I almost feel like the game is trolling me with how many of these stealth wolves that we keep running into. Like, it just feels like a big joke at this point. Let's pop a potion here. I'd love to get the last few soothsayers we need before we go to the west and like leave that behind. So I'm gonna try to do that. Unfortunately, I don't really know where they spawn more of them. Sometimes there will be a couple of them inside these little camps. Aside from that, I don't know that we've seen them anywhere. I guess it would be good if I had any kind of health or mana. Who needs health and mana? It's crazy how much XP is in this zone for the Horde. It really is. And it's mainly just like, a lot of it's the Jintha'alor stuff, but there's lots of other quests too. So much more than Alliance. And so the Alliance, they can't do the Jintha'alor stuff at all? It seems so unevenly balanced in our favor. And this is like one of the hardest level brackets for me particularly, is getting from level 49 to level 52. I often start to run out of stuff to do. And I don't like going into Ungoro any earlier than 52. But this zone solves it. This is 50 to 52 completely solved. And we'll probably get past 52 and a little bit into 53 before we have to leave here. So this has been amazing. And I don't know of like anything like this we can do on the Alliance side. Because they don't have a lot of questing here, and I don't think they added a lot. I don't know that they added any. There might be a couple of quests, because I remember there eventually being a Draenei hanging out at the Wildhammer place. So they might have added a couple of quests for Alliance, but I don't think they added too much. Just like a couple of quests from a Draenei guy. Alright, that's the last of the Wildkin music. That turns in back in Steamweedle Port in Tannerus whenever we're back that way. Which might not be for a while. Soothsayers, we need 2 more. If we go to this other camp over here, maybe we can get our last 2 Soothsayers and we could be done with that one. And now we do still need Savage Owlbeast for a kill quest. We need 20 of them, we have 5, this will be 6. Oh, and we need long feathers from the Razorbeak Skylords. We don't see a lot of Skylords. And it looks like the feather, it says it's a 36% chance to drop, so I'm hoping there will be an area that'll have more of these guys. Because if we're not really finding any, and they have a 36% chance, and we need 10 of them, that's a lot of things stacked against us. Okay, if we act fast, we can get both of these soothsayers. There we go. Ten out of 10. Alright, we're whittling away at them, slowly but surely. The biggest problem is going to be finding these feathers. And I'm assuming the howlers are going to be more to the west. So we should probably start trying to head back that way. You can pick the feathers up off the ground too. That's right, isn't it? Yeah, you know, but that's also an alliance quest to pick up the feathers off the ground. So maybe that's how they do the quest, but we also have the option of killing these guys. So I think when you're alliance, you can't attack these because they're friendly. Okay, well, we'll keep our eyes open. They sparkle in TBC, so if there are any sparklies on the ground, that'll be our tip-off. So far, I haven't seen any, though. Maybe we'll start seeing more feathers as we head back to the west, because I don't see any over here. You saw them on the ground, but they weren't sparkling. Oh. Well, I'm assuming they would only sparkle if you had the quest. We'll see. Eventually we'll come across some. We are thankfully done with the drum, so we've drummed all of the drumming we need to. That quest is complete. Now we're just working on the kill quests. We have 10 out of 20, we need 10 more killed. And we're wrapping up the metallic fragments that they seem to have. Buffalo Bill, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the stream, and thank you very much for joining us today. Hope you're doing well. You're not a big fan of the zone? Oh, but the aesthetic of this zone is top notch. On Horde side, there's a ton of great stuff to do here. We actually just finished all the Jintha'alor stuff, and it was a pile of XP. Now Alliance side doesn't have a lot going on here. But on the Horde side, this is where it's at. This is my solution to the difficult 50 to 52 level bracket. One of these is a Primal Owl Beast. We don't need Primal Owl Beast. Just need the Savage ones. Your tanking got easier on the Paladin at 65. Do you get anything special at level 65, or is that just like a threshold? Because I'm definitely going to be tanking some stuff in Outland. And I hope I have an okay time of it. Karen, have a good rest of your evening. We'll catch you next time. You're not sure why it just feels easier? Yeah, sometimes you just pass like a threshold of character power. That's the interesting thing that happens when not all the content is level scaled to you, is you can just reach a point where suddenly like things feel better. You know, you're putting out more damage, which means you're holding more threat, you have more HP and defense, so you're not getting hit as hard. Sometimes you just pass into thresholds that suddenly, like, they just feel good. You've been finding groups alright on a mage? Well, that's good to know. I was kind of worried that unless you were a tank or healer, it would be hard to find a group. But yeah, I guess with a mage having so much AoE, you're kind of a shoo-in. I guess the classes that are going to get really hurt are like rogues, like no one's going to need a rogue. You don't have a ton of DPS. What else are people not going to bring? No one's going to bring a DPS warrior, but that's always been that way. But yeah, mages. I can see people wanting mages. I was trying to figure out like what my future alt would be. So we were tossing around ideas. I'd kind of settled on something that could heal. But that was under the idea that like, you know, finding groups would probably be impossible for me unless I was healing or tanking. I played a TBC mage back when TBC Classic came out the first time around. I leveled a human mage and that was a lot of fun. I was leveling that right as Wrath was coming out, though. It might have even been in the Wrath pre-patch, though, now that I think about it. Can't really remember the timing on that one. It was a Joyous Journeys mage, but I had a lot of fun on it. Hunters and rogues are out. Yeah. I mean, I don't really feel bad for the hunters. I guess Warlock has some pretty decent AoE as well. You can spread your dots around and you can Hellfire. Rain of Fire, whatever it is. And I don't think hunters have very good AoE either. I mean, they have multi-shot. But besides multi-shot spam, I don't really know what else they have. Explosive trap, maybe? See, that's very generous of you. If I was putting groups together, I would stack the groups with the useful classes. Although I guess, like, if I'm putting a group together, though, to be honest, all I really think about is not inviting DPS warriors. You know, because they're going to steal my gear. As long as you're not going to steal my gear, then I'll typically invite you. Without thinking about it too much. I think the only thing we're going to find out to the west is probably going to be the Silvermane Howlers. Don't think we're going to find any of the Savage Owl Beast. I guess we could come across some of the birds. Questie thinks that the birds may be out here. Oh yeah, there's one right there. This bird quest is going to be hard to finish. And I really don't know if it's going to be worth the time investment. They're hard to find, and then on top of that, it's only a 30% drop chance. There's nowhere we can go to kind of like farm them. There we go. That's the last of the wolves. We gotta find 5 more of the Savage Owl Beast. And then, you know, we're basically done besides this bird quest. And I'm not gonna try to go after the bird quest really hard right now. I want to see if we get any follow-ups. Oh, you know what, though? It says that there are a lot more back this way. If that's true, we might be able to get it done. I'm gonna go investigate this. I didn't notice this section over here. Questie seems to believe there are lots and lots of hippogriffs. So let's go find out if that's true. Or if it's another example of an add-on lying to our face. Well, I mean, they're level 41, but Questie says they can drop the item. So let's see. This is a brutal drop rate. Either that or Questie is completely wrong and these guys don't drop the item at all. So far we haven't had one drop it. I'd like to see it drop once just to confirm. Nothing yet. Yeah, I have a feeling they don't drop the item. Even at like a 30% chance, we should have gotten at least one to drop, statistically. It's very unlikely that we wouldn't have gotten any. So, I don't know. Maybe this is a quest that we don't do. Well, on the way back here, we need to keep our eyes open for 5 more of these savage owl beasts. And then if we run across any of the higher level birds, I'll still kill them. I just don't know if it's going to be worth hanging out in this zone trying to get this one done. Or if we'd be better off moving on. The feather definitely wasn't shining, yeah. I think the pickups off the ground, that's only for the Alliance quest. The quest that you pick up outside of Root Theron Village. Or in Root Theron Village. Different type of feather. I think the feathers on the ground are the owl beast feathers. whereas the owls, or the feathers that we're looking for, are coming off the griffins. Well, that is 20 out of 20. Let's head back to Raventusk Village. We'll get everything turned in. And we'll see if there are any follow-ups, but I feel like we might be close to being done here. We also have this quest to turn in out in the water. We should probably go do that before I completely forget about it. That was from the guy that we escorted out of the High Elf place. Oh, I see. I saw this formation earlier today and I thought that's a really suspicious looking artifact. And now it makes sense. It caught my eye because we were going to have to go here to turn a quest in. Very nice. The tablet is covered with witherbark troll markings. Ridgie's secret truly is a mystery. It's possible you might have something quite valuable on your hands here. On the other hand, quite the opposite is also possible. A witherbark troll in distress would probably do anything to find his way out of trouble. Orin Snakewright, a well-known scholar on matters concerning the witherbark trolls, may be able to decipher the tablet. She is known to reside within the magic quarter of the Undercity. Okay, eventually that'll be just 3,000 XP that we get for free whenever we happen to be in her neck of the woods. For now, let's get back to Raventusk Village. We're definitely going to hit level 52, which is amazing because we came here today at level 50. And it's kind of remarkable to get 2 levels in one play session when you're playing Classic. So I am very happy at the progress we've made. This is an excellent zone for Horde players. Alright, we'll have 6 more levels to go. Oh god. We're almost at 100 hours already on the character. You know, TBC leveling is not as long as a vanilla, but it's pretty darn close. It's pretty darn close.
Talk to me. Spirits be with you, man.
Hey there. See ya later.
There it is.
Be seeing ya.
$52 and then some.
What can I help you with? Dabu.
Very good.
Thunder.
Very, very happy with today.
For the Horde.
And this leaves us open to do a couple of things. You know, we can go into Ungoro now, but I think... Have we done Felwood on this character yet? I don't think that we have. Fanaticism. Increase the critical strike chance of all judgments capable of a critical hit by 3% and reduces threat caused by all actions by 6%, except when under the effects of Righteous Fury. Let's go ahead and we'll start working on Fanaticism. Eventually we will get down to Crusader Strike. We've spent 38 points here. We got to spend 2 more points to get all the way down into it. Let me take a look at Felwood, because we might be able to do some Southern Felwood stuff before we do Ungoro. Yeah, look at that. We haven't been to Felwood yet. Okay. Level 48 is the starter quest. Level 51 and 54. I think we're going to do some Felwood stuff before we go to Ungoro Crater. Ungoro Crater is just really... It's a tough place. Everything there is tough. So if I can go there at level 53... all the better. And then as far as Tannerus, we do have a couple things to turn back in Tannerus. So we will, it looks like we will be headed back to Kalimdor for next time. But I am out of time for today, guys. I'm going to stop right here and park it at the inn. We'll soak up some more rested XP. And I will be back here either on Saturday or Sunday. Whichever day we decide as a family to not do anything. There's usually like one good weather weekend day and one bad weather weekend day. So whatever day is going to have the worst weather, I will be here. Would love to see you guys here as well. And until then, take care of yourselves out there and take care of each other. And we will see you in Azeroth again very soon. Bye for now.